Hello. Scary. I haven't done anything scary yet. Anyways, welcome. Welcome Lady J, non-PC, dogs, neon, plasma sword, Sir Darl. Also dogs redeemed moon. What will that look like? Let me check. Not so different, apparently. You can see me better now. Slightly. Good morning, Jusagi. Wait, it's not the morning for you or I. Anyways. Today I am going to do the story thing. It will probably be a little scuffed, but hopefully fun. I hope your afternoon nap was fat and comfortable. Are you guys ready to do this thing? Or would you rather chat for a little while? Oh, screen chat. Yeah, I should probably do that. You are now on the screen. Congratulations. Don't worry, you can just be the non-sober voice in the main character's head. Welcome, Spooky. We can chat for a little while, if you like. Today is going to be a slightly strange day. I might do some other stuff after we finish up the weird story thing. You can say hi to Twitch. Hi Twitch. No, probably just more RimWorld. I haven't decided yet. though I do believe a lot of demos have come out lately with all the game announcements today and the other day. I didn't really see too many I was interested in though. I installed the mod already. It might be a busy stream, but it's mostly just that the story thing probably won't last like 6 hours. And for some reason on Sundays I have started to stream for 6 hours. Hello Pilots. There is no paste here, not yet. I don't think there's any gay on the screen right now either. I am going to start telling you a story now. Let me pin that so the people coming in don't just think him insane. That's okay, dogs. I am preparing, please hold. Sorry, I am trying to get a couple things figured out here. Almost ready. You awake to find yourself in a strange location. You have no idea where you are, and the last thing you remember was going to sleep at night. So, surely this must be a dream, right? Your mind is full of several voices, all saying different things. That is not normal. One of the voices in your mind is whispering about the gay agenda, and how best to serve its interests. You do not think that is very helpful at this moment. You look around your surroundings. It's industrial, for sure. There's machinery way up above you, clanking and crushing. Nearby, you see a ladder. You could climb up there if you want. There does not seem to be many other places to go. One of the voices in your head, it gives a 12-month subscription to another voices. From the bottom of your soul, you are very thankful for this insane act of insanity. The narrator is very thankful. For some reason, one of your voices wants to confirm your own gender, and that's silly. You already know it's blank. You pick up a nearby chunk of metal, and throw it into the pit. It just keeps falling, and you don't hear it hit anything. You start climbing the ladder nearby, going closer to the machinery above. You find yourself in a room that just smells terrible, like a bunch of rotting meat. That is because it is full of rotting meat, in fact. You check your pockets, hoping that you find some kind of weapon. The best you can find is a picture of a cat in your pocket. It's a nice cat. for some reason, the voices in your head are convinced that picking up some rotting meat would really be useful, so you do so. You now have a small amount of rotting meat. You examine the cat picture closer. It's a completely normal cat, wearing completely normal cat clothing. You think about transforming the meat into concrete. You stare really hard at it, in hopes that some kind of magic will happen. But no, it's just rotting, smelly meat. You look really closely at the meat, perceiving it. Yeah, it's both rotting and meat. You take a nib, a small bite of the meat. It tastes terrible, as if you had just eaten rotting meat. You look at the dead body. It is also rotting, and made of meat. Actually, there's a bunch of dead rotting bodies here. This is probably where the rotting meat is coming from, actually. You take more rotting meat, because apparently you just wanted even more rotting meat. You check to see if it's anyone you know, and now that you think about it, you don't really remember anyone at this moment. The people in your memories, their faces are all blurry somehow. You look at each body, for some kind of loot. You don't really find much, though one of them had a lighter, and it seems to still have some fuel in it. You put it in your pocket, the pocket that isn't full of rotting meat. You check to see if you are Tuber Superstar Purity Valentine. You do not have cat ears, or a tail, so you don't think you are. You move forward, and go towards the tunnel in the corner. Suddenly, you see movement out of the corner of your eye. Something is in the room with you. The narrator is preparing the monster. Please hold. It's a walking shadow of some kind, blurry around the edges. It's staring at you from the corner of the room. One of the voices seems to want to throw meat at it, and then woo it. Others want to challenge it to games. One of your voices, it's very afraid, and that makes you afraid too. You are caught between trying to befriend the creature, and curling up in fear on the ground. Either due to the fact that it is a scary monster, or that you will have to befriend something, your mind is all over the place. You decide to non-binary up, which you don't even know what that means, and you get off of the floor. You shakily offer the rotting meat to the creature. The creature takes the meat, and seemingly consumes it. It then wanders away. You seem to be safe, for now. Though the creature left, you can't really be sure if it's your friend. You feel a little sad, like you failed to make a friend. You move forward, onwards to the tunnel. You think this might be an area where a tram shows up, or something like that. It's weird. There isn't too much here, but a button and couple big metal doors. You suddenly shout, "Help!" You get no response. You then press the button. You hear some noises from the door that rail is going to, and it's slowly starting to open up. However, you think you hear what sounds like groans. It doesn't sound human. You sing to yourself while you wait for the tram. Numa Numa or something you sing, as you do not fully recall the lyrics. You have the urge to run away, back to the room with all the corpses. That does seem to be an option. The tram is still not here. You try to manifest a cat ear headband with imaginary points that you have collected in your dreams. It doesn't work. You move further back, and hide around a corner as the tram approaches, carefully keeping yourself out of sight as the tram rolls into position. The tram itself seems to be damaged. Bullet holes, blood, scratch marks on it. It looks like there was some kind of fight involving this thing at some point. Within the train appears to be a singular monster. It has not spotted you, and it's mostly gurgling and grumbling at the tram itself. It has no arms, but a massive gaping mouth in its chest. You think about hugging it. You have the idea to run for the tram, and shut the doors, but you consider the fact that the monster is on the tram. It has not spotted you, so it doesn't seem to be moving towards you at this time. You can't see the trim controls from here. One of the voices in your head thinks there is treasure within that gaping mouth. Surely, riches lie within. So many of your voices really want to kill you, for some reason. You throw meat into the corner of the room. The monster starts walking over to it. Then you suddenly whisper to yourself, "How's your day been?" as if it was some kind of one-liner. It doesn't hear you. You sneak your way onto the trim as the creature is distracted by the rotting meat, which, you notice, you have used all of your rotting meat now. You are now on the tram. You get down on your knees, and pray to God, the meat god specifically. However, your prayers go unanswered, and no meat manifests in front of you. You go to the control panel, and look it over. It doesn't really have too many options, just a few buttons, which you assume are locations. The buttons are labeled prison, processing, and medical. The narrator misspelled a word, and said it strangely. You think to yourself, how funny, word wrong. You think about going to the medical area. Surely it will have medical supplies, you think. But also, the prison. You could go to the prison, for prison things. Processing. Maybe that doesn't have that many monsters. one of the voices in your head remarks. You then see that you are actually already at processing. Get processed, nerd, says one voice to you. You feel destroyed, processed even. You decide to go to the medical place. The trim kicks to life, and the monster become aware of you. It nibbles on the door as the trim moves away and through a tunnel. You leave it behind after not much time. You think how cute, as you remember the monster trying to get into the trim to tear you apart. As you reminisce, you eventually arrive at a new area. The trim stops, and the doors automatically open. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be any monsters here. You offer a little prayer to the cat god. You go, meow, meow meow, meow. You feel a little silly afterwards. You can the area around the trim from the window. You don't see any signs of movement, but you do see something on the floor. You think it might be a corpse, but it's not a person. It's made out of something else, some kind of plastic looking material. You pray some more, this time to a strange talking car. Kao, you say. Your psyche is breaking, you are going insane. You worry. You don't recognize the dead thing on the floor, nothing you have seen before. It looks mostly like a human, though it's been torn apart. And of course, it's not made out of meat, but something else. You think you might see some loot on it, but it's hard to tell from inside the tram. You will have to leave the tram and get closer to it, to investigate further. You see an empty can on the floor. You could toss it if you wanted to. You pick up the can, and throw it at that dead body. Suddenly, something bursts from the inside, a strange worm-like creature. It chomps the can, and then wriggles away with its prize. It disappears to underneath the tram. You think, what a horrible worm. You are still in the tram, somewhat shocked at the horrible thing you just saw, but in general, you are happy that you did not get attacked by that horrible worm. You think about just proceeding to the medical bay, but you also want to loot this corpse. You haven't gotten out because you just saw a terrible worm. It's scary, of course. If you recall, the worm wriggled out of your view, underneath the tram, you think. You look for more debris in the tram. You see some. Oh, this is a skull. There is a nice skull on the floor next to you. A human one. You pick up the skull, saying "free skull" to yourself. And then you slowly and carefully exit the tram, and keep your back to the wall. You keep close eye on the location that the worm wriggled into. You really want to loot that corpse, and with no sign of the worm emerging, you approach it. The corpse has been torn open from the inside. It's basically hollow. No doubt the worm did this. Near the corpse, you see a hammer. Indeed, a corpse was mentioned. You pick up the hammer. You check for more worms inside. It seems like there was just that one worm. You now have a hammer, a lighter, and a skull. You want to test your hammer on the wall. You hit the wall with the hammer. It makes an unexpectedly loud noise, which startles you somehow. Though, nothing bad seems to happen. You look for emergency cabinets on the wall, and you see one actually. However, it is empty. Seems like someone else beat you to it. You ponder the idea of tearing off the corpse's leg with the hammer. You also ponder smooching the corpse. Are you really going to smooch a dead body? You look for any meat on the dead body. The dead body is made out of a plastic substance, so doesn't have any meat to speak of. You could possibly rip some off of it. Your body explodes with various ideas and thoughts and strange plans about this particular corpse. One voice wants its legs, another voice wants its face, and another one, a smooch. You are starting to think that you may have been a serial killer in a previous life. You pick up a chunk of plastic flesh from the floor near the corpse. With how much of the corpse you want to bring with you, you just decide to bring the entire thing. You pick it up, and it's surprisingly light, probably because all of its organs are missing. As you carry this entire corpse body, you try to think about previous murders you've committed, checking to see if you're actually a serial killer. Nothing comes to mind. The plastic seems to be brittle. You now have an entire plastic corpse, organs excluded. You name the body Michael. You carry your corpse to the door, and hit the button nearby. The door is old, and only one of the two doors opens up. You squeeze through one side, and find yourself in a new location. You look around the room. It seems pretty empty in here, though you see traces of a fight, and some scattered garbage on the floor here and there. In the corners, you see traces of containers having been here, but they have seemingly been moved elsewhere, judging by the marks on the floor. You search the garbage. It's an empty candy bar. A candy bar wrapping, that is. You look through more garbage. You find a scrap of paper. You find a tiny shard of glass. This garbage really is garbage. The paper, the tiny scrap of it says, Med. You try to eat the garbage. The piece of paper easily enters your mouth. You chew and swallow. It tasted like a piece of paper. The tiny shard of glass is very tiny, much too small to be a shiv. Suddenly, as you are rummaging through the garbage, you hear a noise. A door is opening next to you, the very large one. You start running backwards, out the door you came from. As you do so, you throw Michael at the opening door. You squeeze out the entrance and back to Tetram area. You hear the door finish opening, and some kind of beeping from within the medical area. Eventually, the beeping ceases, and you hear the door closing in medical again. You decide to go back into medical, and you do. The door is closed now, and Michael is gone. -1 Michael. You feel sad at the loss of Michael, your only weapon. despite the fact that you have a hammer. The narrator thanks Rocky Rocket for gifting a sub to Barry. Thank you. You investigate the glass. It's all intact, so you don't think you could get through to the door behind it. The large metal door has some kind of keypad on it, but it's broken. Seems like some kind of thing has been attached to it. Looks like a button. You hit the glass with the hammer. It cracks. You continue to hit it with the hammer, breaking and shattering the glass and causes a lot of noise. The door starts to open again. Your mind panics, caught between running away or confronting the beeping thing. You think about smooching as you panic. Eventually the door opens, as you are frozen in place from indecision. There is a floating, mechanical entity before you. It beeps. It approaches you, and you go, beep. And then you ask it if you speak English. It seems to float around for several seconds, investigating. The strange part of your brain thinks, I could date this. I could date this flying mechanical thing in this horror facility. Due to the machine not immediately attacking you, you feel like it could possibly be a friend. You ask it for pronouns. It just starts listing pronouns, as if reading from the dictionary. He, she, they, it, him, her, they. You start moving towards the door, and the machine beeps at you in a seemingly aggressive manner. The machine did not say the dark depths. You ask if it took Michael. It says, error. You watch the machine carefully. You notice that it's somewhat rusted and old. Parts of its exterior are damaged. It has a handgun taped to it. It seems to be scanning you, looking over every inch of your body from various angles. You ask it what it did with the corpse. Disposal. You reach for the handgun attached to the drone. It rotates in such a way that the handgun aims directly at your head. It beeps at you threateningly. You ask the drone if it can shoot the gun. It responds weaponry status, operational. You take out the hammer, a very threatening action. Your mind is conflicted between killing this thing and befriending it. You can't decide what to do. You're too conflicted. You start crying. You take some time to think about what to do next, to settle democratically with all the voices in your head. Vote in the poll, voices. Your voices come to some sort of agreement, and you decide this creature is a friend. Hello Chibi, the narrator says to one of the voices in your head. You decide this thing is friend-shaped, but to be cautious around it as well. You ask the drone if it can show you to a doctor. Medical assistance request confirmed. It then flies towards the door, and beeps at you in a friendly way. It seems like it wants you to follow it. The drone has some kind of mechanic for pulling the trigger. It seems very operational. One of the voices thinks, "This is a nice song we are listening to in our subconscious." From the depths of your mind you hear the words Portal Soundtrack, Self-Esteem Fund. The drone has indeed been speaking to you in a robotic, glitchy voice. It is still waiting for you patiently by the door. You ask the drone where you are. It responds, "Medical." You follow the drone and find yourself in a hallway. There are 3 doors in here. The hallway is otherwise not too remarkable. "I am so happy to meet a new friend," you say to the drone. The drone takes you into a door on the right, which leads to an operating room of some kind. It's the room you were breaking the glass on. You ask the drone how to get home, and it just says, "The doctor will be with you shortly." You check the room for loot, searching through the desk, cabinets, and boxes. You find a lot of medical supplies, and you shove it into a nice box. You now have a medical kit. While searching, you ask the drone, "Can the doctor give me cat ears?" The drone responds, "Error." You ask about the doctor some more and the drone says, Doctor, no doctor available has been alerted of your medical needs. The doctor will arrive in time estimate, unknown years. You check for a waste bin. You find one. You pinch yourself. You don't wake up. You ask the drone if there's any supplies available. The drone responds, supplies limited to medical and security personnel. You dump out the medical waste bin on the floor, scattering syringes and other things all over. The drone says, littering detected. Prisoner score decremented 5 points. You state, actually, I am security personnel. The drone responds, present identification. You ask what your current score is. -5 points. It responds. You don't find any it in the room. You says, haha, I was just kidding. I am not actually a member of security. The drone beeps. Joke acknowledged. 1 prisoner point allocated. You tell the drone that the test was successful, and to take you to the doctor's quarters. Then, 10 seconds later, you tell it to take you to security. The drone is confused. Please confirm request, it asks. You ask the drone where it can take you. Cells, office, infirmary, security. You ask the drone if it watches epic tuber numbers. Error, it says. You ask the drone to take you to the office. It beeps in confirmation, and it starts going somewhere. You follow the robot down the hall. Strangely, it doesn't lead you to an office, it's more like a break room really. The drone has led you here. Destination reached, it says. You sit on the sofa. It's comfortable. You start to rummage through the break room, but the couch is so comfortable, it's hard to get up. But you do it anyways. You remark to the drone that this isn't the office, which the drone responds with, office. You find some snacks in the break room, and luckily, some kind of it. It's a small rectangular plastic thing. It has a picture of some kind of plastic man on it. You can't read any of the words it says on it. The narrator considers the act of domestic terrorism. I will be right back. kill, 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 kill. The narrator returns. I will commit 0 Joe amounts of domestic terror. Back to the story. The narrator welcomes Bird to the stream. And apologizes for the crimes committed against my bitrate. You show the ID to the drone. It scans it. Security member recognized. You look at your snacks. You have an unlabeled chocolate bar, a can of soda, and a plastic apple. You tell the drone that it passed your test. It says, error, improper testing procedure, 1 point removed. You check the soda. The can is made out of metal, but you can't tell its contents until you open it up. You say, that was just a joke, man, it was just a funny joke, and then you laugh. The drone says, humor detected, 1 point given. You are compelled to drink the soda. Surprisingly, it's just a normal soda. Tastes pretty good. You have difficulty figuring out the flavoring, however. Orange. No. Blueberry. No. Grape. No. Lemon. You can't figure it out. You keep the can. You ask the drone to take you to security. It starts leading you somewhere. You are absolutely certain that the soda does not taste like bathwater. The drone takes you through many hallways. You are now standing in front of a pit filled with fire. It is labeled disposal. The drone says security. You look into the pit. You do see a melting Michael down there. A melting Andy, as they call it. That is, if Michael were named Andy. You look around the room to see if there's anything but fire. You see that you're actually pretty close to a lift, and you can hear machinery nearby. You tell the drone to enter maintenance mode, and it turns off, and crudely collides with the floor with a clanking noise. The drone is now off. You are conflicted. Some parts of you want to take the gun, while other parts of you want the drone to keep it. Some parts of you even want to use the drone as a blunt weapon, despite the fact that you have a hammer. The many insane voices in your mind try to come to an agreement of some kind. One of the voices in your head has apparently injured itself. The narrator hopes that they do not die. You walk over to the drone and try to pry the gun off of it. It seems to be attached to it with both tape and some other components. You think that maybe the tape was some kind of crude repair job to help keep the gun where it's supposed to be. Nonetheless, with your hammer you are able to pry it off of there. You aren't really sure what kind of pistol it is. Its design is remarkably crude, and it's made out of scrap metal. You check and it has about 7 bullets in its magazine. You check the drone itself, and see that it has a lot of damage, mostly external. Its internals are largely fine, but it's missing components here and there. Mostly, you think it might be missing something related to navigation, considering it keeps taking you to the wrong places. You check to see if it has anything worth salvaging, and you aren't really sure. You don't know a lot about drones. It seems like the way the drone fired the gun is a little trigger pulling mechanism it had near where the gun was located. You check if the eye is a laser. You can't really tell, but you don't think it is. You try to manifest matter out of nothing. It doesn't work. You give it a smooch. Nothing happens. You see that the drone simply has an on/off switch. Your relationship level does not increase. In fact, it's somewhat immoral to smooch someone while they sleep, to the narrator's understanding. You hide the gun. You turn the drone back on, and it floats back upwards. Thank you for the follow, Sonisuckles. The drone states, error, navigational component, missing, error, weaponry component, missing, error, dictionary component missing. It contains on listing various other things that are missing. You ask it for a command dictionary and it says, error. You think about finding a medkit, and then you find one in your hand, because you found one already. You pet the drone, it says, error. You consider telling the drone to dispose of itself for no reason. You also consider telling it to keep this floor secure, but without a weapon you're not sure what that drone can really do. You ponder the idea of tying a leash to the drone, and with some of the thread you have in your medical kit, you could do so. You then remember that you can also just tell it to follow you. You think about the worm, the terrible, horrible worm. What an awful worm that worm was. You go to the lift, and the drone follows you. You ride an elevator upwards, and find yourself in a hallway. However, something is here waiting for you at the top. There is some sort of mannequin, blocking your way forward in this hallway. One of your internal voices is panicking, screaming in horror. It desires this currently unmoving object to be set ablaze. You say hello to it. It does not respond. You ask the drone to identify this individual. It scans it. Security member, trolley, identified. You walk up to the mannequin. You consider pushing it over. You consider petting it. You step back and consider throwing an object at it. You decide to throw the can, and gently toss it at the mannequin. It harmlessly bounces off of the mannequin's body, and clatters to the ground. Nothing seems to happen. The mannequin seems to be made of a similar type of plastic as the corpse you saw earlier. However, this plastic seems drier, or perhaps more brittle. You pick up your can. You are caught between walking further down the hallway, or hugging th mannequin. You put the can into your inventory. That is, you put it into a bag. You walk around the side of the mannequin, and continue down the hallway. Nothing bad seems to happen to you. You continue your way forward, and you see some nice machinery. It is repeatedly crushing anything that comes by on the conveyor belt. You watch your back, and tell the drone to watch too. The mannequin does not seem to move. You look at the back of the mannequin, and it doesn't seem to be damaged. There are multiple ways to go from here, another pathway forward, and a door that is certainly not OSHA compliant, through the crushers. You check forward. You see a very wide hallway. However, very far down the massive hallway, you think you see something moving, somewhat near the ground. It's a worm, you think. However, it's not a worm. There is some kind of fleshy creature down there. It looks like boiling meat. You can smell it from here, and it is just terrible. You panic. You throw a can at it. It bounces off of the monster, and despite your excellent throw, it just goes you. It starts to shamble towards you. You throw the skull, which also does nothing to it. At this point, you realize, I have a gun, and you pull it out and shakily aim it forward. The creature is getting closer now. You ask the drone to kill it. It points at the monster and you hear a clicking noise. Error. 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 You hold your ground, carefully aim your gun, and steady your breathing. It is rapidly approaching you. You shoot it once in the chest. It staggers slightly, but it's not dead by any means. It seemingly pulls a chunk of flesh off of itself, and throws it directly at you. You jump out of the way of the meat, but the creature gets closer in that time. You run away. The drone keeps clicking at the monster, and seemingly has drawn its attention. You yell at the drone, "Come here," and it floats over to you, just narrowly out of the grasp of the creature's strangely long arms. You return to the room with the crushers. The monster is hot on your tail, chasing you. You tell the drone to ram the creature. It flies into it and makes a squishy noise. It doesn't budge really. The monster swats the drone backwards, leaving a gash in its metal. You check if you have a tail. You don't. It was a figure of speech. The drone is still operational, though its exterior is considerably damaged. You run towards the crusher. With nowhere left to run, you prepare to pass through to the other side. You realize, if you time this wrong, you will surely be crushed. You think about drop kicking the monster into the crusher, but realize that it's behind you, and the crusher is in front of you. You stick out your leg, which results in the monster just running up to you. It seems like it's about to attack you. The monster is right in front of you, and it is about to strike you with its claws. It does not seem like it's just going to trip on your leg for no reason. You kick it in the knee, just before it strikes you. This causes it to miss its swipe on you, narrowly. It is now kneeling. You have bought yourself slightly more time. You think about running. You think about fighting. But it's hard to decide with your mind so conflicted in the heat of battle. The voices in your mind are so conflicted that they resort to democracy. You think about how fit you are at this moment, and you have no idea. You don't think you can really check at this moment. You're a little busy. You wait for the right moment, and run across the conveyor belt, narrowly avoiding a crushing fate. You are now on the other side of the crusher. The monster has regained its footing, and it's about to follow after you. It is now underneath the crusher, and at its current speed, it will miraculously avoid being crushed. Gun, hammer, you scramble through your tools, unsure of what to use. You shoot it, just in the first place you can, since you can't seem to decide on a place. The creature staggers slightly, which slows it down just enough for the crusher to come down upon it. Specifically, its legs are crushed, squished into paste. It wriggles on the floor, clawing towards you for several moments, before finally going limp, and dying on the floor before you. You have survived for the time being. You think, delicious paste, as you stare at the horrible flesh paste on the floor. You think, how many levels was that, as you look above your head, hoping for a level indicator to pop up. This never happens. You check your physical abilities, legs, check, arms, check, eyes, check, nose, check, mermaider. Anyways, you open the door, and find yourself in some kind of armory. However, most of the shelves are empty, ransacked already. You find some useful things. You find some more pistol bullets, and even some kind of grenade. However, the grenade's label is worn, and you have no actually idea what it will do when activated. You now have 15 pistol bullets, and one unknown grenade. Alongside your hammer, your lighter, and your medical kit. You consider eating the grenade, thinking, maybe it's a pineapple grenade, tasty. You want to kiss it, but you also don't want to. You look for a bowl in the room, and the best you can find is an empty ammo box. You hold the grenade out to the drone and say, "Here." The drone beeps at you. It does not have arms. Error. You, for some unholy reason, walk back out the door, and scoop dead monster paste into a box, and then return to the armory. Part of your brain wants to turn the drone into a sacrificial bomb, another part really doesn't like that. So you just stand there, in turmoil within yourself. The damage the drone took seems to be mostly on the outside, though its eye seems to have been damaged in the fight. It's no doubt that it probably can't see as well now. However, you don't really see any convenient place to stick a grenade, unless you open him up and put it inside of his internals. You argue within yourself. No, this is your fault. Me. No, this is actually your fault. Also me. The drone says, submitting request for psychological evaluation. The doctor will arrive in 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Two. The narrator does not care if you derail the story. The narrator is only here to tell it. The voices in your head decide to spare the drone, and not to use it as a sacrificial bomb. You look around the room. There is the door you came out of, and another room ahead of you. Your mind laments, I could have suffered more if I lost my drone friend. What a tragedy that I did not suffer more. You walk through the next door. You are now in a room with tubes. There is a door in front of you, and a door to the left of you, and of course, the door behind you, that you just came out of it. You look down, checking for bobs. You don't see any. Unless you do. Who knows? It's anyone's guess. The narrator does not care if you have bobs or not. You check if you have feet. You do. Though, they are covered by shoes at this time. You ask the drone what the tubes are. Shade regeneration. It says. Number cinema dress with the bearcut. You look closer at the tubes. Inside of them is some kind of dark liquid. You can't make out anything from within. You think about hopping into the tube, but they're all closed. You ask the drone if shades are friendly. It responds. Security personnel. Psychological evaluation pending for security member. Reason. Amnesia greater than. You tap on the glass. Nothing happens. You take a peek at the control panels. There are various buttons here. You do not know what any of them do. You ask the drone where the door leads. It responds. Restroom. You almost press a button, and then you don't press a button, and then you get ready to press a button again. You are conflicted between pressing a button or just leaving through THLF. Mannequin. The narrator states, to a curious voice that wants to know how to spell the word. However, there are multiple ways to spell it that are correct as well. You ask the drone to explain the controls. Error. You speak to an imaginary cat, and say, it's useless. The drone increases the priority level for your psychological evaluation. You open the door on the left, and take a look inside with your pistol close by. The aforementioned restroom does not appear to be a restroom at all. It appears to be a table that would be very good at removing your limbs and organs. It fills you with both fear and dread. You start praying to a cat god again. Meow. If you ask the drone if this is the Skibidi toilet room, it responds, no. You pat your body, checking if you have any extra organs. You think you have the right amount of organs, but you could probably live without one of the kidneys. You look around the room of suspicious intent for anything useful. There's blood everywhere, and even some organs nicely stored in coolers. Other than that, you find a screwdriver. You grab a box, which contains a healthy human heart. You don't think you could carry more than one. You take the screwdriver, and the human heart. You slowly approach one of the horrible organ-stealing saws, with the intent to take it with you. However, it seems to be moving slightly. You're not sure if it's automated or what's going on there. It's a little scary. You step backwards, and then throw a nearby object at it, which it proceeds to slice to ribbons. It seems that it's not haunted, but just automated machinery. But you don't see a way to turn it off in the room. One part of you really wants to leave this exceptionally pleasant room. You walk out of the room, deciding not to sacrifice the drone here at least. You are now back in front of the tubes. You go forward, opening up the large door in front of you. You arrive in some kind of room. There are a couple other doors attached to it. There is some sort of machine in here. You hold your pistol out, investigating each corner of the room. While having the drone scout ahead, the room appears to be safe. You ask the drone what room this is. It responds, Apple Grove. You try to save, but it seems you cannot, as you are not a video game character. You check the room for anything interesting. There are some barrels in the corner, as well as a control panel, and a large machine in the center of the room. You check for a shotgun. You don't find one. The barrels are colored white, and are unlabeled. You press a button on the control panel, and then you examine it. This button causes the center top part of the machine to come down. You hear a noise from within the machine, and then it retracts back upwards. It beeps in a negative way. You ask the drone what the machine is for. It responds, blight extraction. You look through the panel. It seems like more of the knobs and buttons here are for adjusting things on the machine, while one of the buttons specifically activates it. You check for your skull, and remember that you threw it at the monster about 30 minutes ago. You for some reason keep asking the drone, which has no navigational module, where things go. It responds, left, hell, right, cafeteria. You start turning various knobs on the machine, and have no idea what it does or will do. Then, you decide to go to hell. You open the door to hell. It doesn't look so good in there. You think about looting the dead bodies there, but you also think you might hear something further down the hallway. You close the door, and turn around, heading back to the cafeteria. You find yourself in a room with various prison cells on all sides of you. Forward is another door. This is evidently not a cafeteria. You ask the drone if this is the prison. It says, cafeteria. You inspect the cells, and indeed, they are empty. One of them has a corpse in it, however. This one looks human. That elevator you went on took you upwards. You examine the control panels on the cells. Most of them are broken, but from the functional ones you see, they take some kind of key card. The corpse is in a locked cell. You look to the walls. These don't appear to be lockers, but instead some circuitry and stuff like that. You look at the id you looted. You think it's about the right size to fit in the keycard slot. Bisexual. You put your id into the panel, and the jail cells loudly slide open, giving you access to a corpse. You then pick up a random can on the floor, and throw it at the body. The body then starts to get up. A creature that looks much like a rotting corpse is now shambling towards you. You pull the id out of the slot, but it does not close the cell. You tell the drone to close the cell. It says, "Error." You pull out your pistol, but you also want to kick it. What a conflict. Hammer, pistol, leg. So many options. The creature is getting closer. In a split second, you try to get the voices in your head to come together, and figure out what to do to not die in this situation. You shout out the drone, "Remini," and then you run forward with your hammer. The drone follows your order to the letter, and causes the creature to stumble slightly. You then bash its skull in with the hammer. The creature lies dead on the floor. You survived. You are surprised at how fragile and weak the creature was. Its bones felt like they were made of glass and its skin felt like it was made of paper. Looking over its corpse, it was barely holding itself together. Grotesque being. You think, I must be a Super Saiyan. The drone once again tries to make you appointment with the psychologist. The doctor will arrive in 1. You walk forward, checking the door ahead of you. 111111. You find yourself in a room with a bunch of laundry machines, and for some reason a large amount of water being funneled through turbines. There is another door in the room that leads out. You search for a gold bow, but regrettably, you have no idea what that is, and you don't find anything. You check for anything of interest here. You find a bunch of shirts, and pants, and even socks. You also find some kind of device on the floor. It looks a little bit like a radio. You grab a shirt. A radio, as in a handheld radio. However, it seems to be different somehow. You think about changing clothing. You are covered in blood. You did stand next to a creature as it got reduced to paste after all. You ask the drone where you are. It says, laundry. You examine the radio. It has a couple buttons on it, and a way to adjust the signal. You randomly adjust the dial. Nothing happens. You tell the drone that it is not useless. Passive aggressiveness detected. 1 point decremented. You tell the drone that you love it. The drone responds, error. You give it a little kiss. It says, error, 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 error. You go out the door, after having tormented an innocent drone. You find yourself in a wide open area. To your left, there are a number of strange, dark trees in a pool of water. There are also some glowing rocks in there. On your right is a walkway and a large amount of boxes. You ask for the location. The drone respond, the United States of America. You desire to hit the tree, but it, and the shiny rocks, seem to be submerged in a great deal of water. You would have to climb down to access them. You ask the drone about the rocks, it responds, memory. You ask the drone about the trees, it responds, tree. You consider dropping your carefully collected monster paste into the water to check for evil. You think you see some kind of truck up ahead. But you also see something moving nearby it. Whatever is over there, doesn't seem to be approaching you at this time. There is also another path on your right. You ask the drone what is up ahead, it tries to scan, but seemingly fails due to its damaged equipment. It says, error. You wait for the voices in your mind to make a decision. You are caught between approaching the van, it's actually a truck, and walking down a side path. Vote. You check if you have any spells or abilities. It appears you have the strongest spell of all, gun. You approach the truck, and you see that some kind of monster is right beside it, tearing apart a mangled corpse of some plastic creature. It has yet to notice you yet. You are directly behind it. It looks different from the last guy, more cooked if you had to choose a descriptor. It lacks arms, but something is odd about it. It looks like something is moving around within its skin. Every time it breathes, it expands and contracts. You immediately turn around because it's too scary. Part of you wanted to blast it, but most of the voices in your head just decided, I don't want to die. You consider throwing a grenade. You hold it in your hands, the unlabeled mystery grenade. Do you really wish to throw this at the monster? You pull the pin of the grenade. You think what you pulled was a pin anyways, and you toss it right at the creature. It lands next to it, and the creature turns to investigate. And then, just a moment later, a massive ball of purplish particles explode out of it. It seems like all of the materials over there are getting torn apart, twisted around, and sent every which way. Blood gushes and sprays everywhere, bone goes flying, and the front half of the truck is torn to shreds. There is nothing left of the monster but scattered guts, bones and blood. You collect some bones, because that's just kind of person you are. You decide to scoop up some horrible monster's guts and goop. It's unpleasantly hot to the touch, and it smells absolutely awful. But you have it now. You walk back to the side path, now armed with bones and guts. You soon find yourself looking at an absolutely massive elevator shaft. The lift is here too, of course, and it seems to be functional. The entire truck cabin was essentially destroyed, so you couldn't find much in there. The lift seems to be perfectly sized to carry several trucks and other vehicles. The drone starts flying upwards, as you command, but it seems like it will take minutes for it to go up there and back. So you will simply have to sit here patiently and wait. You activate the elevator and start going up. The lift eventually catches up to the drone, which had not reached the top yet. You pray to the cat god again, meow, as the say. You wish you knew where the cat girls were stored. You imagine in a comfortable zone filled with snacks and video games. As you fantasize about cat girl locations, the elevator reaches the top. You appear to be outside now, though you have no idea where that might be. There are smokestacks all around you, and also a ramp that leads somewhere else. You breathe in the air, and then cough. That's a lot of smokestacks. Smells awful. You ask the drone where you are. It responds, "Ah." You check for vehicles, and see none. You look around for movement, but see nothing at this time. You don't see much around up here really. You head on down the ramp, and find some kind of weird technological circle thing. You lament, "Where are the cat girls?" The drone responds, "Storage room 8C. You ask the drone if it can locate its missing parts. It says, "Error." The narrator did not hiccup. Please do not bully the narrator. The narrator is doing its best. You ask the drone what's stored here. It says, "Exit portal." Your voices all talk to an imaginary narrator. The drone increases your estimation of psychological breakdown. You ask the drone how to exit. Enter access code into control panel. it responds. The narrator is happy you are enjoying the story. You ask the drone for the access code, it respond 1121. You look at the ID, and you can't read any characters on it. It's in another language that you have never seen before. You think about the numbers 7192 for some reason. You get a bad feeling about it. You walk over to the control panel, and you get ready to type in 1121. Are you sure this is what you would like to do? You ask the drone to convert this language to English, it responds with error. You think about typing in 7192. You have a feeling this is an important decision, so you try to get a good consensus from your various inner voices. You are growing increasingly concerned over the fact that you have developed multiple voices in your head, but you have more important things to worry about than that right now. You think about returning to hell, but that seems a very long ways away now. One of the voices wishes for more voices. Oh my god, what the hell? Too many voices, why dogs? The voices, the voices, the voices, the voices, the voices. Thank you dogs for helping the player character become a little more insane. And by a little more insane I guess a lot more insane. I don't think most people could survive with 100 voices in their heads. Sorry for breaking character, but thank you very much. You, having been stun-locked by the narrator panicking, finally remember that you have to press a code into the thing. So, you do so. You enter 1121. Oh good pregnant Adam Sandler got one. Anyways. The circle lights up, and forms some kind of swirling vortex. It's definitely a portal. You've never seen a portal before, but this is what you would imagine one would look like. You could jump into the portal, if you wish. You ask the drone if it will come with you. It responds, error. You test the portal with something. You throw in a little bone shard that you picked up earlier. It disappears. You grab the drone with bone hands. You then test the portal with a single finger. However, you immediately find yourself being sucked through at just the slightest touch. Everything goes black. You lived, indeed. Congratulations. You survived the story thing. I am glad you liked it. A nice little story thin. I hope it was fun. Did the gay agenda win? Were all of you, collectively, the gay agenda? You won, so I guess if you were, it did. What was lurking in hell? Let me get it. This was this guy. Was there a reward for getting past it? Perhaps. The world may never know. I am glad you like these streams. You grabbed the drone and brought it through the portal with you. But yeah, I tried to improve this one a bit more from the last one. I got a bunch of monsters with transparent backgrounds, so I could put them on the screen and stuff. I also made a whole ton of areas to go to so I could kind of flexibly do things better. I think it went pretty well. Oh, thanks for gifting a sub to Thanks for the game. You're welcome. The drone was very worried about your mental health. Wouldn't you be worried about someone who talks to themselves, prays to cat gods, and collects flesh? I don't think therapy can fix you. Thanks for watching Plasma Sword. Glad you had fun. Sorry I cannot provide you therapy. I am a cat, all I can do is steal your food. Now, is this cat in the room with us right now? But yeah, I'll try to do more story content stuff in the future. Though there's some tricky parts of these that I am not sure how to deal with. One concern is that it's hard to keep track of your inventory, so I might want to make some kind of asset for that. Another tricky thing is, it may be hard for new people to participate if they weren't there at the start. Feel be like I have no idea what's going on. And that might get trickier if I do multiple episodes of the same story, so I am not sure what to do about that really. I'll have to think about it a little. For now I'll probably try to make these things a little self-contained. Banana. Banana indeed. Thanks for gifting a sub to Gravity Wolf. And welcome gently. I like Gravity too, she is very nice. But also you have gifted so many subs today, please do not starve to death or die. Welcome Littleman882. Banana indeed. Banana redeemed. That's a really cute emote. Lady J, thanks for gifting a sub to Pumpkin Synth. You already bought your alcohol for the week. Okay, well, as long as you don't die and are happy. Yeah, YouTube's gifting system could certainly use some work. I don't know Pumpkin Synth, but horror tubers are usually pretty cool. Thanks for gifting a sub to Vash Daryl. And a hat. Let me get the hat. You are all suddenly giving me things. Panic. Hats will look like I do, so they might not be very hatty at this time. I mean, I have the moon one, that's why my eyes look like this. Thanks for gifting a sub to Cat Blenjoyer 420. I hope they enjoy cat girls wherever they find them. You are tired of the memory already? I see. I see. Tired of reminiscing, I can't spell that word properly. Too bad, I won't let you forget. Not today anyways. The shade looks very weird like this. Due to the black sclera. You have gifted me an absurd amount, but am sorry if I try to stream for 48 hours I will simply die. Wait, I spelled it correctly? Am I possibly God? Being able to see my face depends on what memory I decide to remember at the time. You've been very generous tonight. Do you guys like story time that much? I can try to do some more in the future if you like them this much. Welcome Utsumi. Meowdy indeed. Well, in any case I am happy this went so well and you guys had a good time. Once I get some more projects done and some more spare time to myself, I want to try to do more lore and story-based content if I can. It will probably be a bit difficult to translate the things in my head to things on the screen, but I'll do what I can. It's not normal to have a numbers shrine in the corner of your room. The shrine is supposed to be in your fridge, where you store the tastiest snacks. For optimal borrowing. Yeah, it's not every day that you get to be a schizophrenic voice, is it? I can help you live that dream of making some poor character go insane. The bananas won't protect you from me. That's your daily lived experience. Are you the voices or are you just listening to them? I've never had lobster before. Is it good? It looks kind of annoying to eat, to be honest, since you have to get it out of there. Both. Well, I hope your voices are kind and I hope you are kind to whatever things you are voicing for. It's okay if you do a lot of voicing pilots. Generally I try to make sure I don't let one person control things too much. You forgot how to suck the crab. So sad. Rip and tear. Fair. It just seems like a pain though. Why can't the food just be like in my mouth? But yeah, I was considering going a bit longer after story time and maybe playing some RimWorld. But I underestimated the fact that running an interactive story for like 4 hours might make me a little tired. So no RimWorld today probably. We might hang out and chat a little though. Dogs, why did you click that? Box SPD Karoti admitted. We can just chat a little. I'll understand when I'm older. Well, what if I never get older then? Then I'll never understand. Fat will show you. Pranked own got him. I don't want to understand. I choose ignorance. Also pilots, you will be happy to know that I installed your game mod for RimWorld next week. So you can be happy about that. A pokeball full of ignorance. That would be a cool Pokemon concept. Okay, don't call it a gay numbers stream. It simply adds the ability for the RimWorld colonists to different sexualities. Some of which could be considered a little gay. Supposedly it's nice for balance reasons because our colony has like 90% female population. Largely due to the fact that I installed several races that consist of only females. Okay, I'm not going to be homophobic either, calm down. You can be as gay as you like. You chatters, you have my permission to be gay. And also to be straight. Or bisexual. Or any of the other ones that I do not know the names of off the top of my head. Love, there are problems with this statement of yours, but I think it may be better for me to not confront them. I am bad with pronouns, sorry pilots, minor. Yeah, I think Pilots is indeed your father in RimWorld. I can't remember. There's a lot of weird relationships in the RimWorld save. Though, with the addition of the relationship mod, I will ask you to be mature and not make your fellow chatters uncomfortable just because your colonists are doing weird things. What the hell is a Slurmaxing arc? Never mind, I don't need to know. But yeah, simply don't make others uncomfortable. Or I will have to send you to the room where we store the Revenant. And that will be while you're live. I'm losing English comprehension. I mean, 13th century English was probably super different than what we have right now too. Do not call it the Tickle Temple, there is no tickling in there. Do not smooch the Revenant. He is insanitary. You guys call me stinky sometimes, and I shower every day. I don't think the Revenant has ever bathed in its entire life. Actually, I guess you haven't called me stinky in a while. Lately you've been calling me Unsto or Nopen. Which is also wrong and a crime. Criminals. The lot of you. I am not a commander of Nopen. I am not Nopen at all. I wear so much pan they gonna call me Peter Pan. I don't know why I said that. I apologize. Thank you, pilots, for seeing the truth. You accept my apology? Good. Three pairs would probably be uncomfortable. And wait, Jason called me stinky. I will not forget this. Pilots appreciate these compliments, but somehow I feel like I'm being bullied. Is this somehow sarcastic? You didn't call me stinky, but Jason Void did. And since Jason Void is a member of chat, and you are also a member of chat, you, the collective, have bullied me. And you, the collective, will pay. You will pay, not with money, but with time. You read or listened to this message, therefore you have paid me an amount of your lifespan. Your lifespan has been subtracted, it belongs to me now. Okay, don't say that dog's fat's scary. I don't want to own anybody. That sounds like a lot of responsibility. And also possibly a crime against humanity. I didn't turn off the bot, it just turned itself off. Which is more or less fine, I guess. True, I am a cat. But I feel like if I commit enough inhumane crimes, the humans might turn against me. You cannot own a cat. The cat simply decides to live in your home and be fed free food. Yes dogs, you can watch whoever you like, don't be weird or I will hit you with a stick. Welcome Rybilovsky. You missed the creative writing bit though. We did that the first like 4 hours. Now we're winding down and hanging out a little. If you are interested in it, you may like to watch the VOD. It was pretty fun. Do I think humans would ever turn on a cat? Much less a cat grill. Humans, they are capable of great good, and also great evil. The duality of man. Why are you giving him unhinged approval? Anyways, I am a little tired after basically writing a story in real time. Is there anything else you guys would like to discuss or ask about, or should we find somebody to raid for tonight? Was the story happy? It was like a horror story, but it went pretty well as far as that goes. Oh yeah, the schedule quote. We'll do that, I suppose. I almost forgot. Let me get that set up. I don't think the robot was gay or your lover pilots. Will I do this regularly? I'd like to do them more often, but it's a little scary sometimes. The problem is I am like, wow, they really leaked this. But what if it was just a fluke that I accidentally made something cool and the next time I do it, it won't be any good and then they'll burn me at the stake and I will never get to eat anything tasty ever again. That's what my brain does typically. Anyways, look at this schedule, let's make the schedule. I don't want to permanently ban you though, dogs. It's not really that bad. But I try to put forth a little effort to improve the system every time so I can feel a little better about it. Basically, how do I put it? It requires a lot of chat input, so it's always got that hidden fear of, what if people are tired or not here and they don't really want to be too involved this time? It very heavily relies on chat participation, basically. When a factor is sort of out of my control, it makes me a little more anxious about it. I don't like unpredictable things because I cannot predict them. No, it's okay to lurk if you want. Don't burden yourself for my sake or anything like that. I would say it's like super bad, it's just a slight worry is all. I think it will get easier over time. Talking about this sort of stuff can make people feel weird, but I'll do it anyways. The channel is growing, so I think it's less likely that that will be a concern going forward. Since there's just more people around and stuff. I mean, generally, I do prioritize my only happiness. It's not that much that I worry that you won't like the thing. It's that I worry I won't like the thing or it won't turn out so well because of some unpredictable factor. You think I'll become world famous? You have a lot of faith in a random cat on the internet. Jeremy Dollhouse. Finally, the German numbers collab. Sus guy. I can finally defeat him. I'll try not to forget you guys, but I must admit that my memory is absolutely atrocious. I have family members that I do not remember the names of. So please do not take it personally if you leave for like 5 months and then come back and I have forgotten how to breathe. Anyways, let's get the quote voting thing going. Do you have any quotes from this month you would like to recommend? Pilots, I'm not sure if that memory is very core. Birthdays are hell for me, I have to write them down. I can remember the month but never the day. I will now gather quotes. A social misstep. I'm a cat, I'm allowed to socially misstep. That's a Pippa song. The ice cream machine won. I think Pippa got COVID or something, I hope she gets well soon. That's okay. I am retrieving the quotes. I should clip those pigeons from earlier this week. That's okay, pilots, stick around as long as you like. If you ever have to go be a human being and live a living life or something, please do that. High Gravity Wolf. Thanks for stopping by. I hope your lurk was peaceful. I am trying to find one more quote. Got a bunch, I will have to thin them a little. Almost got it ready, sorry I keep getting distracted. You can't read that at all, huh? There you go. I'll be blurry still, but like, don't worry about that. Let me make the poll. There you go. There's the poll of the week to decide the quote of the week. Please vote in the poll if you love democracy. If you don't vote in the poll, that means you love not voting in polls, I guess. Sorry, some quotes were culled because there were like 10 funny quotes and a poll can only have 5 options. Have I ever wanted to try out programming music automata? I have no idea how to do that really. I would like to make music someday, so maybe I could consider it if I ever get a chance to learn more about music itself. The numbers dictatorship is when we play a rim world. Which is normally what we do today, but we aren't doing it this time. Normal, 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 normal. We currently have a 3-way tie. The blur is on because it looks nice for the memory. Because I'm a blurry memory, after all. Or at least I was 5 minutes ago. For this voting period I am the shade. I don't think I could rule the universe. That sounds like a lot of paperwork. So, new word. Don't worry, you're not dead yet. Probably. Don't die. This is our winning quote of the week. Congratulations to this sentence I said earlier this week. You are the winner. There. That should be it for the schedule. I'll post it on Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't remember the cold ones. Back to the chatting screen. Am this again. Bye. I'm glad you enjoy this. This is essentially my true form, to some degree. Depends on your definition of truth, I guess. You want me to kill you? That game does sound fun though, would be interesting. I am fading, unclear, foggy. You have to remember. Did I really bait? To some degree all forms of mine are true. But this one is more true than the others. Depends on the perspective, I guess. Uranus 7192. I am not an unfortunately named planet. Purity's true form? You'd have to ask her, not me. I am not in the business of revealing other people's true forms. That's like rude or something. I didn't say it was a bad name, I said it was an unfortunate name. Mist 7192. I am the memory. I guess that's more accurate, dogs. Cassette beats. Sounds familiar. Lately I've been busy working on code things and going insane. I still have to go watch a lot of those new trailers that dropped and stuff today and this week. I saw that they announced an Age of Mythology thing and that excites me. Haven't watched the trailer yet. But I love Age of Mythology. Whose memory? That's complicated. In some ways, it's your memory now. I am in your head, all of your heads, sorta. I exist as long as you remember me. I've played Noida before with chat integration. It's a good time. I might do that again in the future. I don't know if I am insanely talented at either of those things, dogs, but it's nice of you to say that. I am not so much good at storytelling as I am at rolling with nonsense and making it into a story. Which is a storytelling skill, I suppose. As for programming, rather than being a good programmer, I would say I am good at solving programming problems. Which is important for programming, but it's not the only thing. It's okay, Gravity Wolf, don't worry. I will survive the Overwatch. Catgirl in video game confirmed. We aren't playing Overwatch currently, no. I am too sleepy to play video games now, I think. And don't worry, Rebel, as long as you remember me at least a little bit, I'll still exist. Don't forget I'll die. I don't think I could carry you to Masters. I'm not that good at PvP shooters these days. I could probably do that back when I played Overwatch though. I don't remember what ranks were where though. I was like diamond or something purple, I don't remember. No, I played ranked and they flamed me for playing Torbjörn. Despite the fact that I was better than all of them. I mean, in general I think I am pretty alright at shooters, but I have more fun playing stuff usually. I would say I'm above average at blasting. Not the Skyrim loading screen. Billboard prices depend on where you put them generally. I know Pippa had one for a while and people would go on pilgrimages to it or something. Pilgrimages. I did not play the Metro games on the hardest difficulty. I think I also played them wrong. In that I literally shot every and anyone that moved instead of doing any stealth. And that did not feel like the way I was supposed to be playing the game. There is no numbers shrine to pilgrimage to. What would you even put on a billboard to advertise me? I don't know how to advertise myself. How do you describe the weird things I do? This is a cat. It says hi sometimes. QR code to the billboard. That makes me think. Do they double check the QR codes that get put up on those? What if you put up a QR code and it just took you to like hell? You put the QR code in your phone and then Satan comes for your soul. That would be a weird place to live. QR codes are the mark of the beast. If you think about it, isn't the mark of the beast just a QR code that says this is the best? The beast. Have a nice sleep, Jason. Anyways, I'm saying weird, strange things now. I should probably raid somebody and then get some food and then watch VTubers. No, I meant beast, not best plov. I'm not a Satanist, I'm not religious at all, really. Help me think of a raid message, also let me see who we can raid. We'll probably raid Grimmy. Haven't raided her in a little bit. She was gone most of this week. Who is Soy Milk? A normal chuba. Am I normal chuba? What do you mean into weirdos? You make it sound like I'm a weirdo. I'm not that weird, am I? No, Lady J, he's saying it's not weird. I'll take that fluff, that's good enough for me. At least it's positive. The most normal. It's me. The most normal, most so. Everyone is weird in their own way. True. True. Irish accent tuber. I like accents, that would be cool. Anyways, let's do the raid thing. Help me think of a raid message. Tuber hell. I like the idea of including the voices. We did do a choose your own adventure, sorta. Hello lurkers, I am not meaning to call you out, but I want you all be too appreciated. Be appreciated. Who is Lillians? I can go look at her channel right now and become aware of them if that makes you happier. I'm also scared of people I don't know though. Oh yeah, this person. I've seen her before, Pilots told me about her. I think I also got a video recommended once. No, I don't hate her. Is she a she or they them? Sorry, that's a rude thing to ask in such a manner. I don't remember. But no, I don't dislike them. Thanks for the follow 0 Oblanco 0 Vexx. But no, they seem like a neat person. So, I am aware they exist. It's nice to see other text-to-speech people around. Well, if Purity hates Plov, maybe I should too. Collabing with people I don't know is scary though. And also getting to know people is scary too. Also being alive is scary. Also being dead is scary. Weird. Anyways. I am trying to raid. Text-to-speech can be hard, but I like it. I type fast enough for it not to be too inconvenient. I think so anyways. You wish to return to the void? Sorry, not allowed. If I do that, raid'll just think I was playing Voices of the Void. Chat is permanently TTS, so if anyone says anything it will TTS it. That's a terrifying power to give chat. That's a lot of trust to put in internet strangers. I used to type faster than this actually. But I got carpal tunnel or something. I trust you. Yeah, I trust you guys who show up and chat regularly. But if it were every chat message, literally anyone with a Twitch account could come by and be like, hello slur 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 sluss. You can get carpal tunnel earlier. I don't think I actually had carpal tunnel, though it didn't hurt as bad as everyone made it out to be. So it was probably something else. The raid message will be a how about? Does that sound good? Story time with the voices raid. X7192 Kangle. I'm not sure if that's a great raid message, but it's all I can think of after 5 hours. Kangle. Aren't they making an enemy for the Crazy Woman game? How old of a memory am I? It's a mystery. Let me hit the raid buttons. Oh god, they changed the raid menu. Oh god, oh no. It's not bad, but it's new and different. Shocking. That's so strange. Listen, they went through the work to make the game. I respect that. So I will use it. And actually it's kind of cool now. It tells you randomly mentally poisoning information actually. Like when you last rated them or when they last rated you. It can give you sufficient brainworms if you want them. Plug, I am against the idea that programmers do not server gay. I am tired of all the programs for programmers being useless pieces of trash. Sorry, that's a rant for another day. Anyways. Thank you all for watching, whether it was live or the VOD. I hope you all have a nice day and or night, and I will see you next time. Thank you for enjoying and participating in the story stuff. I'm glad you liked it.